Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of you who worked under that schedule. First day of my week. I hope the week started well for all of you. I hope you had a good weekend, that you are energized for what is coming. My long weekend went well. The weekend itself was as usual. Nothing unexpected there. The holiday yesterday was nice, relaxed. I played some Space Engineer 2 in the morning. Uh, I don't know, 5 hours, 6 hours of it. And then made myself a rigatoni and enjoyed that while watching Wake Up Dead Man, which is the third movie in the Knives Out mystery series. And then I watched Slumberland. Both movies were fun. I quite enjoyed them. Wait. Okay. If you're not for so yeah, it was nice. I need to stop making the full recipe. My my, my full recipe of rigatoni just uses way too much. It makes too much. So I have 3 containers in the freezer that yeah, is going to be snacks. Well, not snacks. The 3 containers are full on meals. That's how much there is there. But yeah, stuff I enjoy during the week, or actually probably on the weekend. I think that's gonna be my weekend meals instead of making stuff. But yeah, it was quite good, quite enjoyable. Alrighty, today being Tuesday, this morning it is Read and Corrects. For those who are new to this is when I read some chapters from my stories and correct them as I go. I record these, so while I'm doing that, I will be ignoring the chat. Anything said will be addressed once I am done. So I will start by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, I am doing chapter 55 of Mind Your Step. Unlike his previous characters, this one wasn't colorful. If not for the need for it to be as black as possible, Tim figured he could have made it work with a sheet on Heather's bed. Finding a black fabric that was sturdy enough for what he had in mind and light enough meant he had to shop at the higher-end fabric merchants. After being forced out for not being dressed well enough, he relied on Rupert to search the back rooms for what he needed. The squirrel literally jumped at the chance, landing on Tibbs's shoulder when he made the offer and ordered him to get going. Sneaking into buildings should have been easy for him, but Rupert demanded to do it the way a thief would. So Tibbs taught him how to shimmy a window's lock. Rupert gave up on the provided shim, instead elongating his claws in the jam until they were across and mm, yeah, this is a little. His claws into the jam and elongating his in the jam until they were. Okay, I don't need the across. And moved them until the lock was undone. Then he ran in, ripped small sections of black fabric, and brought them to Tibbs for evaluation, along with his opinion based on how easy it had been to get the piece. Rupert found what Tibbs needed in a shop within the noble's neighborhood: matte black silk. That night, with Rupert's help, he stole a bolt and spent 2 days cutting and shaping it. And as with any work he did with fabrics, he barely needed to use his sewing kit. He cut with essence. He cut it. He cut with essence and used fever to mend the section into the shape he needed. He looked ridiculous, others said, sounding annoyed and exasperated. For ease of putting it on and taking it off, it was mostly a section of silk with a bubble of it to cover his head. He didn't need to see, and this would make it even more scary when someone managed to bring a light on him. Attached all around it were long strips of black silk, which he'd have to hold up with essence. That would be simple enough, and while he didn't expect what and while he didn't expect grasping people to be difficult, he wanted to practice it. Great, Mother muttered as he reached for the window. Here you go again, and I'm stuck here. He paused. It was dark, and she was smart enough to stay out of sight. I don't need to just put on a set of clothing and leave. Put on a set of clothing and leave by the window. I don't need that. I'll catch you. That was when I, for some reason, wrote this as if they were on the second floor. He exited through it and waited for her. And closed it. Then closed it. Exited through it and waited for her. What do you want here? I'm just being slow. Blocking the candlelight. I can't see you. That's the point. And once he suffused himself with darkness, even a torch wouldn't reveal him. What are we doing? I need to practice manipulating my tentacles. They're going to be my weapons. Okay, this isn't as ridiculous as I thought. In the dark, this is going to be downright scary. Avoiding the guards was simple with his sense and others' sense of her element in people. Like him, crowd would confuse her, but small groups were simple to track. Her range wasn't as large as his, but half a block was ample warning for them to slip out of sight. The small plaza was surrounded by houses, and everyone in them slept. Folks here had little energy left after their work and dealing with the guards' harassment. Rupert found him small pieces of refuse for Tibbs to reach for with his tentacles and practice moving. Anything light, which he could Anything light, which he could take his time with, moved easily. Quick motion, catching something like a tankard lobbed at him. Those he dropped more often than held, and used water to keep them from breaking when they fell. As for his final exercise each night, he raised Heather to the window so she could climb in. Oh, that no longer. He raised Heather. I don't. And instructed her to return the window to return to the room. He wandered the alleys and street, making sure the night folks and guards almost caught sight of him. Over the next week of training and wandering, stories of something roaming spread. Tibbs had a minor setback when he decided he would have to speak at some point and created an air etching to put over his mouth to distort how he sounded, to give his word a menacing tremble to them. Because it was an etching, he had to maintain it, and that affected his ability to use his tentacles. One, he was fine. Three or four, so long as he took his time. Above that, one distraction, and he dropped what he held. The tavern Tibbs sat in was abuzz with rumors and stories of what roamed the night. Nothing, some claimed. It was only stories told by drunks, scared by their own shadows. A big dog, and the others said. A dungeon creature, someone whispered. Captured by the guards and under their control. Not under their control, someone else argued. Came in from the wild, released by one of the caravan folks. Everyone knew how untrustworthy those people, I've got folks, so I'm going to go with people, those people were, and the kind of things they got up to out there in the wild, the kind of creatures they consorted with. He figured they were ready. He chose dusk because he wanted there to be enough people the guards would be harassing someone, and others to see and for others to see what happened. And he didn't have to wait long. The guards threatened the man with smiles and whispered promises that she'd be willing to take other demonstration of how much he appreciated her keeping them safe if he didn't want to hand over the few coins he had. Tibbs silently dropped into the closest alley and sent out a dozen tentacles to grab her and pull her into the shadows. He stayed quiet while she screamed as he broke her body, with the tentacles pulling and fever doing the work of breaking. When she fell silent, he considered letting her live to carry a message, but decided it was too early. He wanted them properly scared before he said anything. His second target was a merchant known for selling bad food for good coins. He didn't have to. He was successful. He could afford to be generous. Instead, he chose to poison those who he felt deserved it. For this one, Tibbs planned ahead and left the broken body strung up between the buildings with rope. Three more guards after that, each in the process of hurting one of the city folks, each left broken on the ground. Then was the assassin, hired by a noble to remove one of the struggling merchant who still refused her. That one, Tibbs waited until he'd given him a name before killing him and leaving the broken body in her bed. This one was a guard's captain, a woman filled with pride in what she did, even as she watched her man ransack a family's home for the crime of. They hadn't said. They kicked the door in, thrown the occupant outside, and the five of them went about destroying everything while she watched over the family. I don't need the outside, since they're already said that they're there. Tibbs hated waiting, letting them destroy this family's home, but he needed them outside before he acted. This was going to be more than a lone guard pulled and broken into the shadows. This time he would show them the monster that had settled in their midst. Then one man walked out, brandishing what looked to Tibbs like a rag doll victoriously. He was so surprised that he didn't think to bring the words to him, catching only snippets of theft, of punishment, and then she lifted her sword. Tibbs pulled her into the alley, slamming her against the wall, against the building's wall hard enough her helmet flew off, and he let her get a glimpse of his black form before throwing her away, a darkness etching, sapping her strength. He watched her guards as they rushed to her rescue and used metal essence along with his tentacles to send the swords flying. Then he slashed and stabbed, thinning the water to act as a blade to keep things as people were used to. Oh, to keep things as people were used to them, he broke limbs, making sure the screams were heard. People gathered, and he stayed close enough to the mouth of the alley the light showed what happened to the guard. Some of them he held in the air, seemingly by nothing, as their body bent in ways they were never meant to, then let them fall to the ground. Once they were dead, he turned to their captain, confident no one would enter the alley. Weakly, she tried to drag herself away, and he picked her up with his tentacles, bringing her to him. "You won't get away with this," she whispered, although Tibbs felt she tried to yell it. He set the air etching and chuckled. "Darkness falls." He broke her arm, then waited until her screams subsided. "And can't be stopped." He broke her other arm and waited. "Darkness comes." He broke her leg. "To those with dark hearts." He broke her other legs. "This city calls, and this darkness answered." He dropped her and suffused himself with darkness before walking away and then jumping to the roofs. That concludes chapter 55 of Mind Your Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on Royal Road, and we are about a dozen chapters ahead on my Patreon. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And on to another chapter. Confirming microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 56 of Mind Your Step. Tibbs trusted Heather not to get herself in trouble throughout the night because he had plans of his own again, although this time they didn't involve the darkness. He'd known this night would come, and he couldn't pull off killing like he did without it affecting him, especially without being angry. So he'd been casing houses within the noble's neighborhood for the last week during the day, choosing his target for the money he needed to pay for access to the library, for all the information he'd need to have made, for all the information he'd need made about the character he'd have to play so no one would question why he was asking for access. He decided to keep it simple. He'd be a merchant's apprentice, sent there to learn about the kingdom's trade route on his own, about the surrounding kingdom's trade routes. Once in, no one would look at which book he read. Is this the one? Rupert asked eagerly. The house was 3 stories and belonged to one of the nobles with his hands in many of the mercantile businesses. So he was part of the problem of the merchants not having enough to provide for their neighborhoods. Possibly not the one restricting what could be sold, but still part of the problem, so a valid target. Not that any of the nobles here could claim immunity to Tibbs's theft. The other thing that made it work for this was that this noble had no weaves protecting the house. Hold on. Tibbs ran to the edge, setting the air etching down, and it set him high as he jumped. 2 air platforms on the way down let him cross the rest of the distance, and he lightly landed on the roof. 3 guards, 1 on each floor. The noble and his man were sleeping. Their rooms was on the top floor. The office was on that same floor, but the safe was hidden under the ground. There were coins in the office, but taking those would be quickly noticed, and Tibbs preferred that they discovered the theft much later than it had happened. Than when it had happened. Unless he was sending a message. That would almost certainly come, but for now, he wanted this to go unnoticed. He stepped to the edge. Go open the window. The bedroom below was unoccupied. Rupert ran down the side of the building, undid the latch, pushed the window in, and returned. Done. Tibbs waited for the guards walking along the road to pass, then lowered himself and entered. The room was well appointed, although it had the faint scent of dust. The bed had a thick mattress and pillows and wool sheets and an intricately decorated duvet. The dresser had a mirror, and brushes and combs were etched and engraved in gold. If Tibbs had someone who could sell items here, he could raise the money he needed by taking those items. The guards stood at the other end of the corridor by the stairs. Getting past them would require essence work, but not getting out of the room. He tested the handle, and as he expected from a room rarely used, it was locked. Pay attention, he whispered, crouching and taking out his lockpicks. First, you need the tension bar. He placed it. You have to apply a bit of pressure. If you put too much, you won't be able to move the pins. Then the pick, and you use that to move the pins until they catch. If you can sense them, it's easier. Otherwise, you have to go by feel, and you might have to adjust the tension. He demonstrated by setting 2 of the 4 pins. Do you want to try? Rupert climbed to the lock and looked in. Before reaching with a hand and feeling around, it only reached the second pin, then stretched until it could reach it to the back. He moved them up and down, getting a sense of them, Tibbs thought, then placed his other hand against the entryway and pulled slightly. Tibbs got part of his attention on the guard, while Rupert tried and failed. The one on the floor below walked back and forth, while the one on the ground floor stood by the entrance door, watching the long corridor between it and the door at the back, and on which the stairs opened. "This is hard," Rupert said. "It takes years to be good at it. I went hungry for months before I managed to pick my first one." Rupert nodded and kept trying. As with Tibbs's early lock, his problem was adjusting the tension, feeling for that spot where the pins would hold in place when set, while allowing those that weren't to move. Was the while allowing those to move, uh, feeling for that spot where the pin, well, that's what where the pins would hold in place when set, while allowing those that weren't to move, was difficult, often resulting in going too loose or too hard. Tibbs was ready to give the squirrel time. The household had gone to bed not long ago, so it would be some time before the cook woke, and time meant the guards would become tired, which always played to a thief's advantage. The lock clicked, and Tibbs pulled the door slightly to prevent it from catching again. Good work. Now, dealing with guards is about distracting them or timing your movement to them to when they aren't there. Without essence, finding a house with fewer guards will make it easier on you. Rupert started and smiled. On a thief. You could probably find holes in walls and walk along the rafter. Arranging distraction might mean having to work with a team. You want to keep it small, 4 at most. What the distraction will look like will depend on the house, the guards, and your team. And with essence, then it's about making use of it to accomplish all of that. If you can sense the guard, it simplifies things. He tapped his shoulder, focusing on the 2 lamps at the end of the corridor, on each side of the 2 lamp on the window at the end of the corridor. I often do that. Um, and that's because I don't think of it until I reach that part of the phrase. Like I knew that I figured it was going to be 2 lamps, and at the end of the corridor, and then I realized, well, if it's the end of the corridor, there will probably be a window, so I put them on each side, and um, yeah, and timed the flickering of the flame to when the guard on the floor below returned to the stairs. Their guard on this one glanced as Rupert settled on it. Mm, on his shoulder, and Tibbs had the 2 flames flare, then almost die down. They had to do it again before the guard went to investigate. Dripping a darkness etching over him himself, Tibbs hurried out of the room and to the stairs, pausing only long enough to let the guard below take 2 steps away, then hurried past, stopping just before the corridor. The safe was under the sitting room, one door towards the guard. With her leaning against the door and not having moved from there the entire time, he couldn't count on her doing a patrol. But he didn't need her to step away, just turn her back to him. He formed the wood hatching into the door, causing it to buckle as if a horse had kicked it. She stepped away, drawing her sword, and faced the door. Tibbs ran to the sitting room, setting an air etching along that wall to keep the sounds from escaping. He moved to the small table out of the way, then the small rug it had been on, to reveal the metal square with handle holes. From the sense of it, Tibbs expected it took two strong persons, to raise it. He grabbed one of the handholds and took hold of the metal essence in it to pull it out. Rupert ran to the wheel at the front. Ooh, this is different. Yes, but I'll deal with it. I don't want to risk the guards walking by and seeing us. He was already setting the tumblers, then opened the door. He locked the coins together and took them out. He stuck with Electrum. With the way things were, he'd have to pass himself off as a noble to explain why he had gold. He took 10 stacks, replacing them with copper on top of which he set an electrum piece, then returned them to the safe, closed it, and lowered it back to its hiding spot. The rug and table in place, he went to the window and exited, latching it behind him. Then he and Rupert vanished into the night. Tibbs entered the library wearing better than average clothing and holding a letter from his master explaining he was being sent there instead of being taught the craft at his feet. He'd made sure the forger talked about his incessant and irrelevant questions, how work was already too busy to spend time answering him, and how it was simpler to just send him there and pay so he could get on with his work. Well, it wasn't stated. He told the forger to put in the tone that he'd be happy not to have to deal with his apprentice ever again. He also had the identity papers the city required and the letter of employment from his father to his master, who was his father's brother, through him being his sister's man. The clerk behind the table looked him over and charged him 2 electrum, which Tibbs reluctantly handed over. In return, he received a letter stating that he had paid for the year and was told that so long as he showed that, he wouldn't have to pay again. That had never been offered during his previous visit. Something only for citizens, denied to scholars regardless of where they were from, or something new. He promised to take good care of it and entered the library. The quiet and smelled a balm over what he'd had to do these last nights. The darkness couldn't be absent too long, or people would stop talking about it, stop believing it was real. He quickly found books on essence and a handful of those on force the library had, then set to reading. That the Force King's kingdom was Rostrov, the books confirmed. Unfortunately, none of them spoke of the king's city. From one scholar's travel notes, Tibbs worked out the kingdom was 18 away from uh, Esethage, the kingdom he was currently in. As with his previous read, the books on force were little more than theories as to what it could do, what it wanted as an element, which many scholars seem to agree influenced what the element did. He didn't recall reading that when coming across force in other books, and none of the scholars who studied the element Tibbs had read about considered what an element wanted as being something that mattered to what it did. Finding out where Kalenia was took work. Kalenia? Oh, right. That's the kingdom for Ether, I believe. Books rarely talked about cities unless they had something noteworthy about them. The fact it had a dungeon meant it would be mentioned, but finding which book it would be in took time. Then finding one that said which kingdom it in was it was in took more time. Timid. Timid was 7 kingdoms away from Esethage. It was known for having a dungeon and a strong guild presence. The king was considered fair as of whenever the book had been written, and the kingdom stable enough to have alliances with most of its neighbors. 7 kingdoms meant years of travel to get there on foot or by caravan, and he didn't bother trying to figure out where it was in relation to Rostrov. Ether wouldn't contemplate anything other than the platform to get there. He returned the books to their shelves and headed back to get ready for the night. And that concludes chapter 56 of Mind Your Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is available on Royal Road, and we are about a dozen chapters ahead on my Patreon. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. September 7th becomes 9th. Hey, Noon, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Just another day in paradise. Well, that is good. Unless it's said sarcastically, at which point I hope things improve. You should have tagged it sarcasm. Well then, yes, I do hope things improve. What are you up to today? Okay, that is done, that is done, that is done. That is done. Just general perspective. Actually, all is fine. Glad to hear that. All right, that goes here, and that is done. So moving on to the Hunter's Creed. Starting over on the opening of the novella, you had a critique and realized it had many problems. No one said this would be easy. Well, no, it is a learning process. Alrighty, I am going to start on the read and correcting of another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. Today we are doing chapter 11 of The Hunter's Creed. His tablet buzzed and he glanced away from the quartermaster's report on the trade. That should be on. On the trade he'd engage at Ashtabak, Ryotarma. He frowned, tapping it at who called him. Captain, the psychologist said, sounding concerned. I'm sorry to disturb you off shift, but I need you here. I'm sure it can't. I wouldn't contact you if it wasn't something that requires your presence, Captain. She almost snapped and then took a breath. I'm sorry. It could escalate beyond my ability to control. I'm on my way. That meant one of his hunters. But how could something escalate to this point without him becoming aware of it? Their beta should have told him about them well before this. He nuzzled Tom's neck. I have to head out. If Tammy comes back from her friends before I'm back, let her know I'll be here to watch the ballad with her before I sleep. His mate rubbed muzzle with him. I will. Good luck with whatever this is. He doubted he needs Xinila Haran's meddling to deal with us. She stood before the closed door to her office when he stepped into counseling. She hurriedly motioned for him, and he stepped faster. Thank you for coming so quickly, Captain. She opened the door. It's best if we discuss the situation inside. He entered, noticing someone already seated there, and froze when he turned to look at him. He looked no happier at his presence than Gragaran was becoming. What is the meaning of this? He demanded. She walked around him. Just take a seat. He turned and tapped the door control. It remained closed. He tapped it again. It's locked, she said. Open it. No. I order you to open it. I don't have to obey you. I'm your captain. I order you to open that door so I can return to my duties. You're off shift. And since this can have ramification regarding your fitness to be captain, my rank currently supersedes yours. He glared at the seated male. This is your doing, isn't it? Hi, don't look at me. She got me here telling me Rudy had a breakdown. Because of the way you've been treating him, it wasn't hard to believe. Jeremy didn't arrange this, the psychologist confirmed, and he turned to glaring on her. You have no right to use what you read in our mind to intervene in my life. And I didn't. I have ignored the way the two of you have been broadcasting this anger you're throwing at each other until I was contacted by someone concerned that this feud is affecting other people. He snorted. I'm not letting him affect how I treat other people. She tilted an ear. Really? So you being beyond curt with your son isn't because you're angry at your heart? His own anger at me caused that. Tom had been the one who contacted her. He'd have to talk with him. It was one thing for him to intervene when a fight happened at home, but to bring in an outsider? I see. So you're blaming your son for how you treat him. That isn't like the Grogron Selhavnir I've come to know. He would seek a solution. I tried talking with him, get him to understand. She looked at the other male. Hey, he's been giving me the silent treatment unless I confront him about something. This isn't about him. It's about my son. Your behavior toward your son is the symptom. The two of you two are the problem. Now, sit, Captain. Instead, he looked at the other male. You seem pretty okay with this treatment. The male snorted. I've I was here trying to explain all the ways she was wrong about this while you took your sweet time getting here. So don't fucking tell me I'm okay with her just because you didn't witness my anger. Fucking sit down so we can get this over with and I can go back home and make sure Rudy's studying instead of playing games. That's gonna have to change. I actually, you know what? You know what? Make sure Rudy's keeping up with his studying. Feels better. Make sure so I can go back home and make sure Rudy's keeping up with his studying. He took his time sitting, then pulling his leg under him. He wouldn't give her the satisfaction of showing the irritation he radiated. She smiled. Good. Now, this is a meeting to air out the grievances you both have toward each other. Then this male snorted. He has grievances? He's not the one who got thrown in a cell for no reason and forbidden any visitors, or even a blanket when he fucking well knows I like the fur to tolerate how cold the ship is. For no reason? Kirkland said, getting over the surprise of the accusation. You fucking broke rank. The male was up, glaring down at him. I did what I had to. How often do I fucking have to tell you? You weren't doing anything, so I did. Smoothly, Gagran was out of the seat, forcing him to back away. I was looking for those who ordered the kidnapping, but someone thought he was better than me and lied about why he was upgrading the sensors. Like you would have done anything with that information. You didn't even ask me about the schematic for the reactor detector. Like you'd have given them to me. I sent them to you without you having to ask. After holding on to them for how long? What happened? You thought giving them to me would make me say what you did was fine? Me expecting you to say anything nice? Like, thank you for the help? Are you fucking crazy? I know better than to expect you to say anything nice to me. I would if Gregran sneezed. He sneezed again at the how spicy. Um I would if Gregran sneezed. He sneezed again at how spicy the air became. Then the male sneezed as well. In the surprised silence, he heard the small sound of pleasure from the psychologist and looked at her. She paused her chewing before she paused her chewing. Before her were carry home containers of meat and sauce. One of them so spicy he smelled it. He sneezed again. You know what? They sneezed again. She swallowed, snagging a long strip of meat with a claw. Don't step on my account. Shouldn't you be telling us to calm down? The male asked. How, diffusing the situation instead of enjoying the show. She shrugged, drenching it in a thick, clear sauce. I've learned that once people are screaming, they are no longer interested in listening. I figured that with your stamina, this would go on. Well, past me being done. She paused with the meat nearly to her lips. Does this mean you're done? The male dropped into the seat, and after waiting long enough to show he wasn't just giving in, Gregoran retook his. Disappointed, she placed the meat um, this is where she placed the meat on one side of the lid on one of the sauces and moved them aside. Here is the situation as I see it, she said, wiping her hands. Somewhere along the line, you both decided you no longer needed to communicate, that your relationship didn't need you talking to each other to survive. We talked, the male said, but not about the things that mattered, not about how terrified you were at the idea these those earthers might have gotten their hands on your cubs and turned them against you. You aren't the first, although I can't say any family has ever reached the point of acting against each other. I didn't act against him, Gudrun said. Did you ask him how he felt? Or did you just assume that he was fine with the whole thing? I knew he wasn't fine. It's why he was having sessions with you. And it never occurred to you to also talk with him about what had happened? I was I was dealing with it, with hunting down those responsible. Did you tell him that? It wasn't a hunt he needed to be involved in. That's what I mean. You didn't treat him as your mate, as the father to your cubs who nearly lost them. You treated him as one of your hunters. Worst, you forgot he is in Calcirion. He is, she sighed. He does the best he can to be, but he's Earther. That's not something to hide. Not when it means he doesn't think the way we do. She took a breath. All right. First thing, you are both having individual sessions with me. Once a week to start with, then I'll see how it needs to be adjusted. To start with? Gagaran said through gritted teeth. Yes, and Captain, don't make me have to order you here. Second, since communication is the problem, I'm going to force you to communicate. Until further notice, you aren't making any decisions without consulting the other. What? They both exclaimed. I can't do that, the male said. He doesn't know anything about engineering. Do you have any idea the danger you're putting the ship in if I have to check with him for every decision I have to make during a hunt? Good point. Good points, she considered. Anything related to official shift work doesn't have to be checked with the other. Absolutely everything else that involves making a choice, you will do it. You know, he can just claim to have done it, right? The male said. You're implying I'd lie? Gudrun snapped. Nah, just that you'd conveniently compartmentalize it to somewhere else. You're forgetting I'm a mentalist, Jeremy. Neither of you can withhold the truth from me. Just make it harder for me to get it. Either you purposely, either of you purposely doesn't check with the other. You are both coming back here so we can talk over the problem. This is going to be nothing but trouble. But Goran wouldn't be the one causing them to be back here. And finally, before sleep, you will each tell the other, oh, I am so not bothering to stop whatever I'm doing when he's about to go to bed just to tell him whatever you want me to tell him. She tilted an ear in surprise. Oh, the male asked. Didn't Tom tell you when he set this up that he's now sleeping on third shift, working the fourth? He hasn't shared a bed with me since throwing me in a cell. You don't sleep with your family? She asked, dismayed. Tammy naps with me while I sleep. Tom works third shift, but I make time for him. And your son? He wants nothing to do with me. All right, that stops right now. Work out which shift it will be, but you are sleeping as a family going forward. And you two sleep next to each other. No, Kirkan said. After what he did, What you both did, she cut him off. You are not innocent here, Captain. You abandoned your heart. You left him to deal with the situation without your support. He didn't ask for it. You certainly never told me anything of what he needed from me. And you were blind to his needs. Species mindset isn't an excuse when you've lived together for so many years. You're okay with this? He asked the male. The bark of laughter was bitter. I've learned just to go with what she wants. Makes my life way easier in the long run. But don't expect me to hug you. You're sleeping with your back to me and mine to you. Jurgen gave him a dismissive shrug. Good. Which shift will you be sleeping? She asked. You want us to decide this here? The male replied, dismayed. What better time than now to start communicating? First shift, the male said. Third, Galgaran countered. They glared, then looked at her. Don't look at me. Come on. Talk to each other, not at each other. That's how communication happened. Third, Gagarin said, because I can't have the bridge change who they answer to after they've gotten used to me. They can't get used to anything, the male communicate. Jeremy, the psychologist chastised, communicate, not berate. He sighed. First shift, because that's what the entire family does. How fair is it to them to force them to change? How fair is it to force them to change that because of us? Gagarin wanted to contradict him on principle, but after what he'd done, he didn't want to agree with Gagarin wanted to contradict him on principle. After what he'd done, he didn't want to agree to anything he offered. That's fair. But he couldn't be right anyway. But he could be right anyway. All right. Now that this has been settled, before you go to bed, you will each tell the other one thing you admire about them. It will be a different thing each time, and if you can't find something to say, we will schedule another session together. Do you understand? Gagarin glared, but nodded. Sure, Jeremy said. Very good, he said, and Jeremy added his glare to the condescending tone. See, it's not difficult after all. Now, how about you go and continue practicing talking with one another, with each other out there, so I can eat my, she made a face, now cold meats. Gralgaron returned home from informing the bridge of the changes to a tight hug from Tom. The news had gone over better than he expected. We're sleeping as a family again. I don't know why that. Jared told me the good news. So much for that male checking in with him when making decisions. This wasn't good news. You meddled where you had no business, Tom. Isabel snorted. Our family is the definition of my business, Growl. I love you, but you can be way too self-centered at times. You don't mean to, I know, he added before Gralgaran could protest, but you are a tad full of yourself. Rudy snorted on the way to the corridor with a plate of meat in hand. Where are you going with that? Gralgaran demanded. My office, to eat in peace. Don't let him be, Tom said. This is an adjustment for him, too. For all of us. He grinned. Although I'm going to enjoy having you and Jerry in my bed again. Don't meddle like this ever again, Tom. Sure. Don't screw up like this ever again, Growl, and I won't have to. He rubbed muzzle with him, and Growl couldn't keep from responding. Love you, Growl. I love you too, Tom. And that concludes chapter 11 of The Hunter's Creed. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on my Patreon as well as Ream's story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Raid. Thank you for the raid, the lady writes. Enjoy your lurk. I hope your day goes well. I'll be right back. September 10th. Alrighty. Alrighty. Starting on another chapter by confirming microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty. the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 12 of The Hunter's Creed. Unlike his previous time being trained as a hunter and his expectation, the room he was for summoned to was more classroom than training room. The seating was arranged into a semicircle around the front of the room. Not unexpectedly, he was the only adult in the group, and the only Earther. The uh, The cubs and young adults stared and whispered among each other until he sat and mostly vanished from their sight. The hunter arrived, the beta Jimmy had seen as part of the hunts but hadn't interacted with, and those who weren't already seated hurried to do so. She looked them over. You all think you have what it takes to become a hunter, and that is admirable. Admirable. Not all of you do, and that is normal. To be a hunter is to answer to someone higher than anyone else. It is to answer to our gods. And our gods can demand much of us. Our gods can demand that we join them in the forest. She paused and looked them over. Her creed, the hunter's creed, is we die so others live. Jimmy mouthed it with her. It is not a badge of honor, it is a promise. A promise to the citizens around you, to your beta, to your alpha, to your gods. A promise that when that day come, when to take on Margartin comes for us, when we can no longer evade them, we will go with them. Taste that promise, smell it, and be certain it is pleasant for you, because you will live with it each day should you prove yourself worthy to be a hunter. A male hurried out of the room. Do not snicker, she ordered as it started. Understanding who you are is vital to being a hunter. A hunter doesn't pretend, a hunter is. That male has come to the understanding that he isn't a hunter, and that is good. That understanding can come to you at any point during your training. We will see to it that if it is something you are heading towards, you reach it. Because once you are a hunter, that understanding may send you to the forest along with some of your pack. The silence was profound until the female left. No one reacted to her departure. A hunter's life isn't an easy life. It is not the life shown in ballads. It is not glory. It is not adventure. It is pain. It is misery. It is the knowledge that your suffering means our people live to prosper. Jeremy felt she was exaggerating, but if the point was to weed out those who weren't fit to be hunters, he couldn't understand it. No one left. Your training starts at the beginning with the first ballad of hunters, with the ballad of the chosen hunter. She stepped aside as the wall behind her turned black, and Jimmy almost asked why he was being put through this. He knew this story. He'd read it and its variation. On the wall, Kilsarians struggle against lizard creatures, the Sastaras, creatures determined to undo the gods' creations. The times were ancient. Nearly all of them were naked, and the battle took place on a plain, with males and females standing between families, holding cubs to themselves. At the front of them, in the thick of the fighting, stood a male who towered over the others. He swung claws at the enemy, roaring in defiance of the injuries they inflict, roaring in defiance of the injuries they inflicted on him. Watching the ballad instead of reading the story, Jimmy felt there was something of Gralgaron in the way that male was being portrayed. He was far more massive, and he lacked the mane of fur, but the way he fought without fear, the way he didn't let the knowledge that death was the only outcome for him in this fight caused him to hesitate in defending his people. Jimmy knew that if the day came such a fight, that the day that if the day such a fight came for them, Garan would be like that character, roaring, rallying everyone able to fight behind him until he was brought down, and not before. Jeremy knew the story didn't go quite that way, but the male being portrayed didn't know that. He knew of the gods, but not how one had plans for him. One that meant he wasn't to die here. The moment came. A Sastras taller than and more massive than the others rose, and he fell on the male. He fought it off, but not without cost. His muzzle was cut to the bone, his side bled too profusely. Jimmy searched the battlefield looking for him, wondering why he was taking so long. The male couldn't survive without. The scene froze with the Sastras long claw almost to him, a killing blow, but between them stood a male in anachronistic leather clothing. He stood no taller than the Kelsiani face, but there was majesty in his bearing. Jimmy was impressed at how well they had been able to convey the idea this was a god without resorting to special effects. Do you know me? The god asked, and the male before him staggered back, the only one else moving in the stillness. Ravnir. Language had only recently come to them, according to the stories. Another way they portrayed El Ravnir standing. He had full use of the language. I have a proposal for you. A concession, Jimmy figured, to convenience was how the male could understand the god even if he didn't have full grasp of the language. Or, he realized, now that he saw surprise on the male's face, maybe this was a demonstration of what the god could do, make himself understood. Listen, the male said. I and my brethren have enemies, enemies that would strike at us through our creations. They, the god motioned to the lizard creatures, do the bidding of the others, of being as me and mine. They come in many forms and from many places, but come they do. The male motioned to those behind him. Help them. I cannot. My father forbid us intervene directly, only to go for the throat of those who order them. The male frowned. This obey? I haven't done anything yet. This isn't taking place. I went to my father. I told him that without helping you, there would be nothing left of his work before he came to reason. And he made a concession. I can choose one to be mine, to stand before the enemy, and to stand before the enemy's envoy and ravage them. I want to choose you. You wait. My father enforced a cost. Hear it before you agree. The god tapped the male's chest. You will be alone for a long time. Your heart will be denied to you if you accept. It will be sent so far that you can't conceive of what will be required for you to find it. If you accept me, know that you will always be looking for it without hope. The male snarled. I die. He pointed behind him. If they live. The god smiled. Then know that I have chosen you, that you are mine, my alpha among hunters. Ready yourself. Win, then build yourself packs after packs for them to die so others can live. The god was gone. The claw came down, but the male wasn't where he'd been, so they missed. With a roar that caused all the Sastras to stagger, he threw himself at his attacker. He raked and bit, he rent and ripped. When he stood covered in its blood, a roar sounded behind him, and as one, the male's first pack fell on the people's enemy. The battle faded to black. The first hunter, she said, taking position before them, the one chosen by Ravnir to make us what we are. Will we be alone? A young sounding female asked. No. Hunters are forever apart, but we are never alone. Most find mates, some find their heart, but all have their pack, their beta, their alpha, their gods. Those they fight with. Some day we feel alone, but we never are. No one spoke. Go live. Think of what it means to be a hunter, and if you still feel that this is the path you wish to pursue, return in 2 days. The cubs didn't hurry to leave, whispering among themselves with what sounded like reverence. When it was only the two of them, Jimmy approached the beta. I'm not sure why I'm here. I know all of this. I was given all the stories to study while I was undergoing train. The glare silenced him. There was barely restrained anger in her eyes and ears. If you knew the stories, you wouldn't be a civilian. You wouldn't have stepped out of rank. You shouldn't. She closed her mouth, a muzzle, and Jeremy saw the effort needed for her to regain control. What I think doesn't matter. You have been allowed to find out if you can be a hunter. If you still think so, return in 2 days. Jeremy left unsure what it what he thought what he thought of the implication that someone, he knew who, could have denied him this and that he didn't. This is a quick a note um, to explain some of the changes that I'm making in how things are proceeding. And basically, I'm going stronger on the fact that Calcarians are more artisanal than industrial. Um, Something that I've hinted at with their technology, but I'm stretching it to just about everything. And the big change is when the food is that, unlike earthers and probably other species, they don't make regular use of printers. Printers is something they keep for emergencies. Every household will have one, but people cook. People want natural stuff. And that's something that's going to affect, the previous books when I do the second draft. Jimmy was heading for the ingredient shop's exit, his basket filled in preparation for making the meal, when he realized his mistake, the mistake he was making again. 4 days since he'd been forced into this agreement, and he kept forgetting. He found a shelf with enough space for his basket and put the earpiece in. He smiled and nodded to those who glanced his way. They were familiar with each other since, like him, they preferred getting their ingredients on the day they made the meal. They'd make the meal. Yes. Gral, what do you want me to make for the meal? I don't care. He sighed, and again, Gral was being difficult. This isn't how it works, and you know it. He said in as calm a tone as he could. We have to check in with each other about our non-shift related decision. The sigh was long and suffering. What are you thinking of making? Ershinate. Yes, that sounds good. How about the sauces? Grell cursed colorfully. Just tell her you checked with me and I agreed. Yeah, I don't think so. You want to lie to her? You go ahead. I'm not lying to Leah, even if I thought I could pull it off. What sauce do you want? Serena, Yomil, and the science trash. Jeremy made a face. That was a pungent one. Are you sure about that one? Yes, you asked me and I answered. Are you sharing with Tammy? I don't think she'll care for the thrash, but I know she likes the other two. Yes, I will. Jeremy waited. Another sigh. What sauces will be are you thinking of making for you, Rudy and Tom? For me, I'll have the Serena along with Capache. Rudy likes Capache, so I'll make him some Vorsail to go with that. I'll check with Tom, but he's usually okay with whatever is on the table that isn't spicy. All right. Jeremy tried to say it, but ended up disconnecting and going back for the spices to make thrash. The meal was the usual of Tom and Tammy speaking to everyone, Rudy speaking to everyone except Growl, and Growl and Jeremy ignoring each other. Preparation for bed had been awkward that first time, as they'd gotten into the habit of showering as a family, and adding Growl to that hadn't gone well. Tom had set the rules. They could both get along and share it with the rest of the family, or they could shower on their own. Jeremy wasn't going back to being denied this ritual, so he swallowed his anger and had washed Growl's back the the same the others washed each other. Then came time for bed, for him to tell Growl one thing he loved about him. He had dreaded this moment since after just 4 days he hadn't thought he had anything to say. But the ballad during the first hunter's class had made him realize something. I love how courageous you are. Growl had sacrificed to become the hunter he was. He dedicated himself to it, possibly unhealthily, but that was between him and his psychologist. But more, he would sacrifice if he had to. He would put his people before him, before who he was, before his honor. They were who he was. I love how ingenious you are, Growl offered back. Jimmy hugged Rudy and fell back into bed. Then they moved away to make space for Growl, who would have Tammy against him, and Tom would be on her other side this shift. He alternated sides so the cubs wouldn't feel left out when he didn't keep them to himself, forcing Gregor on. Okay, that when he wouldn't feel left out when he didn't keep them to themselves, forcing Jeremy and Growl to be on their own together. What Jeremy hated the most about the arrangement was how much he wanted to pull away from the contact against Growl's back. He loved him. He was his heart. No matter how angry he was, he shouldn't want that. Eventually, he fell asleep. And that concludes chapter 12 of The Hunter's Creed. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on my Patreon as well as Ream's Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. September 12th becomes 15th. Alrighty. On to the next one. Confirming microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing the 9th chapter for the month of October for Harker. How are you doing, dear? Pamela paused in giving her default response. Myrtle wasn't one of the students or her friends or even one of the professors. She was the counselor helping her deal with what had happened. I'm tired. I'm angry. I don't know. The older woman smiled. It's understandable to feel overwhelmed after what was done to you. Pamela had been surprised how quickly she'd gotten used to the lack of eye contact from her. Blindness made that impossible. Why don't we take it one at a time? Why are you tired? Are you not sleeping well? I sleep fine, she replied dismissively. I'm tired of always having to tell the guys no. How they just can't seem to listen or understand I'm not that dumb blonde anymore, or that I don't want to have sex with any with any of them. And okay, I at the moment that I need a fucking break from them. Have any of them harassed you? If they have, you should report them. The school has strict rules regarding that. Is it harassment if, until what that asshole did to me, I would sleep with all of them and they've gotten used to that? If they won't take no for an answer, it is. Pamela had to think it over. How much of how she felt was them crossing a line or just her anger at the situation blowing out of proportion? Unlike Patrick, she had little practice managing her anger. She never had to get angry when she had the dumb blonde act to fall back on. I don't think it's harassment. It's just exhaustion. It's just exhausting having to repeat myself. And then I get angry that they aren't all magically getting the message I want to break, or when I catch myself looking at a guy and contemplating having sex with him. Like, how do I want that after what happened to me? You are a healthy young woman who enjoys sex. You shouldn't be angry about wanting that again. Just decide if you're ready. If you aren't, then you aren't. Even though what ended up happening to you is something you admitted you'd have agreed to if you hadn't been mind controlled, you were forced into it against your conscious will. It takes time to process that. How long? Pamela asked with an exhausted sigh, already knowing the answer. Myrtle chuckled. There's no way to know. Everyone is different. Listen to yourself, and when you're ready, you'll know. Until then, my door is always open. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Professor Hilbury hates me for not being the dumb blonde he can get expelled. I doubt he feels that strongly about it. Pamela chuckled bitterly. The dean had to force him to let me retake the makeup test I missed because of what was done to me. I see. Did Dean Parker explain things to him? There was a screaming match once I was out of her office, so I think she did. Not that it sounded like he cared. I'm sorry to hear that. How did the test go? I aced it just like I aced the first one, she sighed. Am I right in feeling I shouldn't have had to be doubted just because I didn't act smart? You feel what you feel, Pamela. The feeling themselves just are, but actions have consequences. And it feels like this was one such situation. I figured. She considered if there was anything important she wanted to bring up with Myrtle before addressing her last concern. I'm worried about the coming party. Which party is that? Friends of my brother's are throwing a Halloween party and he asked me to come. You don't have to go. I know, but I don't want to turn into this recluse who hides away because of what happened to her. But there are going to be guys there, almost certainly guys who've met the older version of me. Tell them no. I know, she sighed. I guess I'm just nervous about being in a crowd again. Haven't you been in crowds as part of your day? That's different. We're all going someplace. Most of us have our minds set on the next class. That's going to be about having fun, being social, being who I was. And you aren't sure if that's who you want to be anymore. Not right now, anyway. She answered, then realized she'd made a decision. But I am going, and I'm going to deal with whatever happens. Get back here, Aaron yelled as wind sent the black garland flying. Nope, Adam said from the other side of the room, naked. Not happening. Alex looked from one brother to the other before handing Aiden the box of fake spiderweb. You can't be naked during the party. It's a Halloween party. That means costumes. And this is my costume. I'm going as the guy in his birthday suit. There are going to be other people here, Arthur said, doing electrical work on the lighting system. So? They can all admire this bod. You're going to get us in trouble with the school, Albert complained. Private property, Adam countered. Private party. If anyone's surprised I'm naked, I'll question if they've been paying attention. There will be girls, Anakin said, setting up the microphones on the small stage. So, they can look. Alex sighed. Adam, put a costume on. His brother gave him a raspberry. You are such a child. In a smooth motion, he pulled the stunner he'd settled on for the costume and fired twice. Adam was no longer where the first shot headed for. Ha! Can't hit! The second one hit him, sending him into convulsion. They were on him the second it took his metabolism to process the electricity. How? He demanded while they held him. I know how you think, I know how you move, and I never miss the mark, dumbass. They pulled him off the floor. Now, you're putting costume on, and you are not taking it off in public. Is that clear? Yes, Dads. Albert patted his cheek. You know we are hard on you because we love you, right? Adam rolled his eyes. Like you need love to get hard. He sighed. You win. I'll find a costume to wear, I promise. They put him down and he vanished. Then the others returned to setting up the room for the party. Patrick adjusted his glasses before knocking, then placed his arm in Pamela's. You look stunning, dear. His sister wore a silky green dress that left her shoulder exposed, with a necklace of fake diamonds and earrings to match, and her hair was made up in a style she said was popular in the 1960s. He took her word for it, as well as her suggestion of the suit to go along with her dress. I can't believe you picked that. You two picked that. Richard had said once they were dressed. Not when you have one perfect for Halloween, Patrick. He'd pointed out he wasn't wearing the ghost suit to a party and finished making a mess of the tie, which Pamela had to then fixed. The door opened and the oar answering it wore a black suit with a white shirt and red tie. Do you two look snappy tonight? Alex greeted them. Mr. and Mrs. Richfolk. Pamela introduced them with a posh accent. Here to slum it with you people. She motioned for him to get out of the way, and with a chuckle he did. Her idea, Patrick whispered. It's a good one, Alex said. And who are you supposed to be? Really? You don't know Agent 47? Not really into movies. Or video games, it seems, Arthur said, covered in rusted gears attached to a leather strap. Steampunk. Pamela said, there's this band I saw online dressing like that. Arthur shrugged. Didn't have time for anything else. You two have fun. He grabbed Patrick's hand and whispered, don't have too much fun. I want time with you tonight. Do you guys work out a schedule or something? 7 of us, Adam said, suddenly next to him dressed as a race car driver. Only way anyone gets done here. Then he was away. The music was eerie, the room not dark but sinister, with the walls made up to look like they were part of a castle. Spiderwebs in every corner, and even bats flying about. Holographic projector, Alex said, before Patrick could ask. We weren't skimming for this one. Cool. What do you want to drink, Pamela? I'm getting myself one. Cooler, raspberry if they have it, otherwise anything fruity. In the kitchen, he found Colby wearing a cowboy boots, jeans, and a jeans jacket over white polo and bolo tie with a cowboy hat. Not putting on a costume? He asked, putting a bottle of orange soda from the cooler, then looking for what his sister had asked in the one containing the alcoholic drink. Colby pulled the jacket open to reveal the big gun at his belt. Cowboy. I don't think cowboys have guns like that. Magnus. Patrick straightened, raspberry cooler in hand. It's got a name? The implication hit, and he lowered his voice. You brought a real gun? Colby shrugged. Alex. That one took a bit to work out, but Patrick had seen Alex's room, so had seen the collection of guns there. But they all had practically they all had practicality in common. What Colby had was anything but, which meant he convinced you to bring it? A nod. Tell me it isn't loaded. Colby took it out and, keeping the muzzle pointed at the floor, turned it to reveal that it had no magazine. Then he pulled the slide to show the chamber was empty, and Patrick breathed easier. He wasn't asking how it was he owned the gun. It had to be a Texas thing. He headed back to his sister with a half fun, you too. Victor sat in the corner, trying to muster the strength to join the dancing, but that was proving difficult. Gabrielle hadn't answered any of his messages. He was being an idiot. He knew that. It was Halloween. She was off partying with her friends. Gabrielle always enjoyed a good party. He didn't put it past her to have skipped her classes today in favor of partying. But it wasn't just today. They barely talked over the last 2 weeks, and when he did manage to call when she wasn't busy, she always seemed distracted. But if he asked, she said it was just her. It was her all. She just said it was her classes, which wasn't unreasonable. Still, the clown landed on his lap. Why the frown, Frank? Albert said, "This is a party." Sorry, missing Gabrielle. Missing Mrs. Frank? Mrs. Frankenstein? That's the name of the doctor. You know that, right? I'm his monster. And with that context, Gabrielle would be the bride. You doing the outs? What? No, of course not. She's just really busy with her classes and we haven't been able to talk much. Albert. Albert, got off. Got off and pulled him off, then moved until they were in a beam of light. Watch this. He took a deck of cards out, shuffled it, then spread them. Pick one. Don't look at it. Amused, Victor did so, then placed it on top of the deck. Albert flipped it to reveal the ace of heart. Cute trick. His friend smiled. His friend's smile was barely noticeable through the makeup. Oh, that's not the trick. This is. He tapped the card, and the heart started beating. Holy fuck, how'd you do that? Victor leaned in, but Albert kept him from blocking the light. Holographic projector over there. Special deck made to react with it, and remote control. He produced it. Victor laughed. That's impressive. There you are. You had me worried for a minute. He chuckled and placed his arm over Albert's shoulder. Thanks. I needed that. Want to dance? Why, Mr. Hertz, whatever will your girlfriend think? He shrugged. She's off to her own party, dancing it away, so I'm allowed. In that case, how could I refuse? Claudia fidgeted in her armor. Breathe, Etienne said at her side. You said friends of yours are here? He wore a ranger's uniform with an unstrung bow at his back. It had been his suggestion they should go to a costume party as Chevalier and Argent, her companion for most of Book 2. She'd pointed out they didn't have those kind of costumes, and Georgina had said she'd take care of that before leaving the kitchen. 2 days later, the boxes had been on her bed. Colby should be here. I think Patrick is too. He's friend with those who live here. Colby had told her about the party when she'd mentioned having costumes but nowhere to wear them to. Well, Colby being Colby, he'd nodded and messaged her an address and time and then said party. A search of the directory had given her the name of the people who'd lived in the house, the Orrs. Patrick had talked about some of them, and she doubted there were so many with that last name, they'd be others. She also heard the last name mentioned in the underground, so she might recognize some of them here. Oh, she hoped McAdee wasn't here. Well, Chevalier, Etienne said, on y va? She took a breath and joined the crowd. Arthur's room was kind of what Patrick had imagined. A computer to rival anything he'd ever imagined, with multiple slots in each one holding a phone, and each one holding a phone or something that had to serve some sort of function computers needed. He'd never actually worked with a computer. Back home, his mother's desk was the most advanced thing they had. There had been a demonstration in his last year of high school how computers worked in conjunction with phones to be able to do more. It was most companies that needed more processing power than a phone could provide used. You notice the armature in the corner. Why didn't you wear that? It was very much power armor, but down to the bare minimum. He was surprised it didn't cause Richard to comment and break their agreement. It's not done. Patrick chuckled. Really? You weren't able to put something like that in time for Halloween? He looked at it again. Wait, is this thing working? Not yet. Maybe never. Patrick added undressing. Arthur added undressing. Patrick joined him, carefully removing the suit. He didn't want to have to explain to Martin how those stains would have gotten onto it. I believe in you. Arthur smirked. You have no idea how little that matters to me. It wouldn't kill you to be nice when someone is supportive of you. You know that, right? Patrick, people aren't supportive to someone like me. They're either looking to take advantage or pitying me. The number of people who mean it can be counted on two hands. And if someone else joins that list after you, I'll have to start using my toes. Now, how about we do this before those at the party realize we're gone? I said fucking no, the woman in the beautiful green dress said and slapped the man before him. Claudia saw the man's expression shift and she stepped forward, feeling sparks along her fingers and reminding herself she couldn't show her power. What the fuck is your problem? You've already let half the school fuck you. What, because you're dressed like that, you're too good for me? He reached forward and Claudia caught the hand before it grasped the dress. Don't. Who the fuck are you supposed to be? She smiled. My name is Chevalier. I am a protector of those who would be abused. The man laughed. Oh, you are so fucking funny. Maybe I should fuck you instead of her. Hey, Etienne said, show some respect. Oh, I'm sorry. She's your pussy? He looked Etienne up and down. Or maybe you're hers? She twisted the hand, unable to keep the electricity from surging, and the man dropped to his knee. Apologize to her and him. Fuck! He screamed as she twisted again, this time purposely shocking him. I'm sorry, fuck, I'm sorry, stop it, it hurts. She let go, and a muscular guy, painted green and wearing ripped purple pants, took the man by the shoulder. Okay, it's time for you to leave. Me? She's the... Don't make me angry, the guy said. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Then dragged him along. Pamela? What happened? Someone in an expensive suit and tie said, joining them, and only then did Claudia recognize Patrick. Just a jerk who wouldn't take no for an answer. But I'm fine. Claudia. She introduced herself. Claudia Reynolds. Claudia stopped him before I had to kick him in the balls. Patrick stared at her. You stopped that guy? It was nothing. She couldn't keep from being bashful. I didn't really think, I just acted. I'm glad you're getting more comfortable with physical contact. That's not... And again, she had to leave it at that. Thanks for looking after my sister. It's what heroes do, Etienne said. Chevalier always helps those in danger. Claudia couldn't help from blushing and feeling proud of what she'd done. And that concludes chapter 9 of Harker for October, for the month of October. I really, really need to redo all of that. And if you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it's available on my website as well as Patreon. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. September 6th. That closed off October. Unless I think of something else. Which is entirely possible. Marge, do you have the crystal? The tiger asked. Who are you? Eric asked. And how do you know Anita? My apologies, the tiger replied, sounding surprised. I forget my manners. He bowed. I am Deacon Gallagher. Of Gallagher Construction? Anita asked. That's a lot of ask. Indeed, the man straightened. The company was started by my great-great-great-grandfather. I am now... The ferret snorted. Believing your own lies now, Deke, she said, handing him a pale pink crystal. It ensures I never make a mistake. And what was it you said in that interview? Ah, yes. I was one of the people who helped found Tyrannus. Are you still being hounded by the Church of the Lord for claiming that? Or have you finally convinced them you were out of it? He offered the crystal to Anita, who raised her eyebrow at him. That was a decade ago, the silver ferret said, rolling her eyes. I was dealing with a takeover, and my loving, she said the word with derision, husband, was trying to squeeze me for all I was worth. I don't think I'd gotten any sleep for a full week before the interview. Miss Isaac, please take the crystal. It's not dangerous. I'm not touching that. You're talking about sacrifice. For all I know, that thing's going to turn me into goo. Don't be overly dramatic, Miss Isaac. The tiger grabbed her hand and put the crystal in it, closing it around it, and oh boy. Ah! That's a lot of it's in there. The tiger grabbed her hand and closed it around the crystal. There we go. It glowed softly, the light intensifying until Eric could just make out the bones of her fingers. She kept trying to pull out, but Deacon held her hand firmly. The glow elongated in Eric's direction until it touched him, the filament of light thickening until it was a centimeter thick. Then it went out. The crystal held the tiger. Told you she loved him, Jezebel. He stepped to Eric, and Eric offered his hand. Amused, the tiger placed it in, and Eric closed his hand over it. I'm not. Whoops. He didn't hold Eric's hand. Okay, I'm. If he's not doing something, I'm not going to mention it. And held it. So Eric couldn't couldn't smash it. The glow intensified and stretched to Anita. It was a centimeter thick by the time the tiger took it out of Eric's hand, and it winked out. Oh, that complicates things. The tiger mused, stepping away. So you're one of those people who think two people loving each other is a bad thing? Eric asked defiantly. Of course not. Everyone should be so lucky as to find someone who loved them as much as they do them. He turned and considered Eric and Anita, then sighed. Here's the situation you walked into. We will sacrifice the young men and women in that circle into that fire. You can't do anything about that. So you should put it out of your mind. After that, either both of you or one of you will die. You will either both be shot and will dispose of the bodies in one of the unending tunnels, or one will give his life, his or her life, to grant the other life and power. Eric looked around for anything technological that could do what the man claimed. He could come up with something that would transfer life force. Moving energy around wasn't particularly difficult. But the claim of power? Eric expected they meant business and political, not physical. Other than what the people had on them, all of which were normal technological items, there was no technology in the room. Are you telling me you people believe in magic? Anita asked. This is tyrannous, the tiger replied. Are you telling me you don't, Miss Isaac? Okay, that's enough. How do you know me? The tiger smiled. The same way you know my firm. I employ yours for legal dealings. You mean you don't use magic? She smirked. This isn't that kind of magic. He motioned around them, then to the fireplace. This is a place of luck and life. Don't ask how it works, he told Eric as he opened his mouth. I don't know. The woman who brought me here learned about it from someone else who learned from... Well, you get the picture. It's been here for a very long time. Every 1,000 days, we bring someone who loves us, feed them to the fire, and for the next 1,000 days, luck goes our way and we no longer age. Eric shook his head. Luck doesn't work like that way. It's not a force you can manipulate. It's not even a thing. It's a word we made up to give ourselves the illusion of control. So you don't believe in the basketball player who dunks 10 baskets in a row is lucky? That's skill, not luck. If you want to postpone all this, I can explain the equation that go into calculating how each player influences the odds that the 10 basket player will or will not make the next shot. And before you tell me just how impossible the odds of 10 basket in a row are over the one player's career, the odds are actually pretty good they'll do it if they are good enough. The tiger looked at Eric, smiling. Mathematician? You don't look the type. Still, magic doesn't care what you believe. It works because my firm is still around in spite of plenty of attempts to take it down. You're justifying, Eric said. And I don't get why. You clearly are smart enough to have defeated whoever tried to take your company from you, so why take that agency away and claim magic? It was your planning, your actions, not some unexplainable force. I take it you don't believe in magic, same as Miss Isaac. I do believe in it. As you said, this is tyrannous. But magic is just another form of energy manipulation, like Decker's and Powered. Like those two, it can't affect something like luck. I see. Then I take it you're not interested in having that luck on your side. I told you there isn't. How about you, Miss Isaac? Will you sacrifice him for power, fortune, and a very long life? Are you insane? Of course not. That takes care of that, William said, taking his gun out. Don't be hasty, Deacon said, lowering the man's hand. It'll be cleaner if one of them agrees to join us. It's possible that watching one of us perform the ceremony and contemplate their death will drive one of them to sacrifice the other so they will live. I say it's a mistake, William said. You're just giving time to plan something. I can see it in that one's eyes. He indicated Anita. There's 11 of us, William, 2 of them. What can they do? Eric wondered the same thing. There were 10 others, but that circle was holding them. He watched as they all tried to push against the invisible walls. William motioned them to the wall, then a low outcropping formed a bench. Sit and don't try anything. If you do, you're going to die sooner rather than later. Eric sat and Anita joined them. What are we doing? She asked once the man's back was back with the other. I don't know. He's right, it's just the 2 of us. 3 of them have a gun, although one's an antique one-shot thing. 4 of them look in good shape. 2 of the women look like they can hold their own against us. It's not taking into account whatever combat skill they might have. I don't think any of them were active military, but that doesn't mean anything if they are as old as they claim. You believe them? Eric shrugged. I don't have any evidence to the contrary. At this point, life force is energy, so it can be moved around. If tech can do it, magic can too. You really believe in magic? Eric raised an eyebrow at Anita. The Wand Wielder, the Caster, Miss Miracle, the Argonaut? I'm sure there have been more in recent years. I just figured there were Deckers and Powered. The Caster was human, Wand Wielder furry. I figure magic is a form of energy we don't understand yet, but it doesn't conform to Decker or Powered, or is limited by them. Anyone with access to the knowledge or some place of power like this can use it. I'm surprised you know that much. The army had people trying to understand it. I didn't deal with them myself, but they came by the builder division every so often to get one of us to build them something that would help them. I don't know if that anything ever came of that. It's never made the news if it did. She nodded to them. So, what do we do? Eric sighed. The tunnel we came in is right there. Is there any chance I can convince you to run down it until you reach a lightning? She shook her head. She took his hand. I'm not leaving you to handle this alone. It was my idea to go looking for adventure in the Lightning Hotel. He smiled and kissed her hand. I can't see a way out of this without everyone alive. There's too many of them, and I can't tell how to free the prisoners without looking at what's keeping them from running. Don't you see the technology that's holding them? There isn't any. It's magic. She searched for words. Wow, right? You'd know what is and isn't magic. So we do what? Charge them? It's not like they'd expect us to do that. Eric smiled. That's definitely not the smart thing to do, so yeah, I think that's our best play. but I want to see how they get one of them out of the magical cage first. And I think there might be a timing issue. They said 1,000 days. How hard is that rule? Is a delaying action enough to ruin what they're trying? Do they crumble into dust like in the movies, or do they just go on living normally? Eric nodded. My gut says they go on, because energy transfer is linear. But this is magic, so that rule might not apply, might not be right. The best thing we can do is destroy this place. But I can't see how to do that. How to do that and not bring the ceiling down on us. And there are businesses above us. We're pretty deep, but maybe not deep enough. We can cave in the tunnels, Anita said. But they'll be able to dig those out. Then we just destroy the fireplace. It seems to be the source of the magic. Eric nodded. The question is what protects it? If it's been around for so long, there might be more to it than we see. No wonder every hero who's had to deal with magic in TV shows hates it, Anita said. Yeah, but look like we're done planning. The tiger looked at his watch and motioned the others. Those not already in robes, put them on. Did we do any actual planning? Anita asked. That sounded a lot like a list of what wouldn't work more than anything else. Eric smiled at her. You wanted an adventure. That's sort of what those look like. She let out a breath. TV shows always make those look so much more structured. That's TV, Eric said. This is reality. Lost track of time. Alrighty. It's time for me to take lunch. I'll be back in roughly an hour, and hopefully I'll see you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. This afternoon it is chapter 4, book 14, Monster and Badman. It is a Tristan chapter. So, okay, I'm actually close by. How did I may have to change things. Hey, Lucas. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Doing good, a bit bored. Don't know what to do. Right? Right is always a good way to alleviate boredom. You already did like 3 hours today. Okay, no, I. If you have already written, I can understand that. Um, if sleep it off. Um, my reflex when I don't know what to do is to end up in front of YouTube surfing my dashboard, but that is not something that anyone, me included, should do. Take a nap. You may simply be exhausted. That not being able to settle on anything to do, being bored can be a sign of being tired. You're just playing a bit right now. What are you playing? Among Us. Cool. Very cool. Maybe you should play dart? Then you can't watch my stream. Which one do you find more distracting, more entertaining? And you know, there's nothing wrong with say that my stream is not exactly entertaining. Unless I'm talking with someone, there's not that much to look at. Uh, are you in Sweden? Denmark. Yeah. Unless I am getting my information utterly wrong, Sweden uses krona. And my characters have taken a trip to Sweden. They are looking for Alex's grandparents. Or adoptive grandparents. Who happen to be the bodyguards of his mother and father. Who he wants nothing to do with. I got my info right. Well, I mean, I looked online, so I'm confident that I'm right. Like every site that I've looked at that speaks of Sweden and money speaks of krona. The one place where I'm not sure is would 200s, would bills of 200 krona be the kind of bills that drug dealers would accumulate? Like in the US, you'd be used to seeing 20s because that's literally the most popular bill. It's very easy to pass 20 bills because nobody looks at them. You can probably get away with hundreds, but anything above that and people are paying attention. So the 200 krona is in value is about 20 bucks. So I'm using with that. Yes, but what happens, what happens is that some bills are more popular than others. And the more there is of a certain type of bill, the easier it is to lose track of what's happening to them. Which is why criminal elements in the U.S. use the 20s a lot. I believe the hundreds are used internationally. But I remember looking into it. 150 in kroner. Yeah, that's the thing, is that's information I haven't found, and I don't know how to look for it. So I'm just, and again, like, I'm not overly concerned with being accurate. If somebody from Sweden happens to read this and points out mistakes, I'll happily fix them. But I don't know anyone from Sweden that I can go to for information. So I am kind of, doing a bit of research to try and aim towards accuracy. But I'm not that worried about it. Like, I don't even know if this is ever going to be officially published. So. According to Google is 100 and 200. So I got lucky. I got lucky. Right. Do you shoot him? Yeah. Why do I need the most popular? I'm making the assumption that that is what criminals would use. Makes sense then? I may be wrong. Like, again, like, I'm not overly concerned. I'm very much applying North American mindset on, in this case, Swedish criminals, and I may be wrong. And like I said, if somebody ever comes up, this is not how it works, I'll happily fix it. There are some assumptions that are made through Tristan's point of view, and those I'm probably not going to change them because Tristan doesn't know Sweden. In the US, can I involve Denmark in small ways? Not really. This is very much located, like this is very much taking place in Sweden. They're not going, from there, they're going to Egypt after that. And after that, they're returning to the US. You could try to write some more. I certainly encourage it, but don't force it. If you are tired, you don't want, if you are tired from writing, you don't want to overdo it. Because you'll try and see how it goes. That's a good way to look at it. Can I see if your Twitch? Give me a moment. It is showing as writing and reading. I'll be lurking in your stream as well. You wrote a chapter, but you don't think you should write more today. All right. After 3+ hours, you have definitely earned a rest. You're going to head to bed. Sleep well. Thank you for dropping by, Lucas. I hope you have a good day when you wake up. I hope you have a good day tomorrow. That's going to be tomorrow for you. Alrighty. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I'll be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I'll be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, the Hunter's Creed. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives,